All right. So we are live. Going to make sure things, as always, are getting set and running. Spent some time this morning. There are things inside of Foundry here that allow you to set up like ambient sounds. What I really want to start doing to make the game a little more interesting is maybe, go in like set up zones where stuff like this. I don't have this. I haven't found sounds to use yet that I want to use, but maybe set it up so that like the river where these entrances are, I could go in, set up so it sounds like a flowing river. Maybe set it like right here and have it come out so that sound would go along these walls. And volume easing would mean that it would, the farther away from where I have it set up, it would be quieter. So I want to start setting up things like battle sounds, like when the archer shoots, there's the thump sound, and when the paladin swings his sword, there's that noise. I want to get all of that stuff set up. But the biggest issue is I'm way too damn picky. So I am trying to find sound effects that make me happy that I can add to the game. So that's what we're working on today, is not the sound effects themselves, but finishing up. This map has all the encounters on it. And right now we're inside of Foundry, which is our virtual tabletop of choice. But I have one more zone that has a whole lot of critters in it that I need to set up, I believe. And I want to make sure that that's set up, and then I need to drop the treasure in there. I think that zone is, let's say, I want to say it's section 2. But we're going to double check. So we need to go through, make sure there's no treasure for any of these rooms for them to find, and drop those in there. And I found a new module that actually is very nice for this stuff. Yeah, this is the one that we need to set up all of our encounters for. And I'm going to do, it's very redundant what I do, but I'm still going to do it. I like dropping the zone info in each one of these areas so that I can click on it, because I have a tendency, I get into combat, I'll pull that at, where you would normally have this stuff here, like this is a Sargoth level, right? I may be in, let's say we're in 23, which we know that there are guards and stuff. There should not be combat here if it's played right, but I want to drop. In fact, I will while we're sitting here. This is 23A and B, right? So, and there's no way for me to drop the A and B rooms. So we're going to drop that in each one of these places. So let's drop that there. And that's one of the goofy things. If it's too close to the edge, it won't let you drop that. So this is one of the first things we're going to do, is get all of these little notations where that I want them, and then we'll go ahead. And here's the thing, once we're out of that, these things won't even be on the map. I need to, you click that, bring it up, click on that, and it gives you a description of what's going on in here. This map we did a lot simpler. We used just the base assets. And honestly, I don't think it's that bad. I think we could get away with using base assets on almost all of these maps, which would, yeah, it ends up where everything looks the same. I could have flipped around a little bit, did some different colors, but I'm just trying to get everything in here so there's an idea that these people can see what's going on. Um, but we're going to go ahead and start dropping our descriptors here. Smoke Gaming, thank you for the like. Hope you're enjoying your time here, having a great day, all that good stuff. I am hoping to get this all done so we can start working on the other map that I started. And the other map, I actually started using some of the other asset packs that I use. But I really think I need to learn to be a little more sparing on the heavy use of the asset packs. They take up a lot of memory on my side. I mean, I am strongly contemplating, which is crazy. I'm contemplating getting a new motherboard and 64 to 128 gigs of RAM, as well as a new chip, and rebuilding my desktop just because of mapping. Well, because of mapping and using Game Maker Studio for some other stuff that I mess with that I don't stream or put up. But I really need the memory and the power in there. So I think we're going to, there's a good chance we're going to end up doing that. But let's start dropping all of these descriptions in these zones. So 17E, by the time they get here, they should have already done that because that is on, I think it's section 3, 17, yeah, C, D, and E, they're all there. And I probably, you know what, I should drop these descriptors in this map too. So let's put that one in between there. Let's put this one in between there. And that should give us enough there. Let's drop all these down. I know I'm big on over preparation, which I don't think is a bad thing. I definitely do a lot of preparation when I'm getting ready for this kind of stuff. And you know, I feel like you've got to do that. You really do. It's like if you don't fully prep, this is going to be a bunch of freaking notifications popping up. All right, that's good. All right, so let's go to our live screen. Thinking about going back to the green screen. I don't know if I'm going to or not. If I do, you know, the issue with the green screen is you have to change, you know, like the shirt I'm wearing today, some of the stuff on my chest ends up making it look like there are holes in my chest, which is funny, but oops, I don't want to do that. No, 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 no. What did you just do? Where did that go? There it is. Let's get that back where it belongs. So yeah, we're gonna finish setting these up. So we've got 17 set. 14 is all goofy. We're just going to put one of these at each of the entrances. And I do this because when we're playing, I tend to be in close so I can see what's going on there. Why is my mouse acting out? I can see what's going on. That's all I need is my mouse to go up. This is an entry area, so I don't really care about that. I don't think they're ever going to go there. I mean, they've kind of been there already. 11, this is going to be one of those places where there's a good chance they'll get their asses kicked badly. I have a feeling they're going to come down here right after they finish this battle up in Area 10. And they don't take a... I may let them take a rest. And if I do... I mean, they should be able to here. There's nothing really stopping them from taking a rest. This is another area where if they cross or get into the river, they're going to get their asses kicked. All right, so that's 13, 14, 15 is done. 17, I've done my drop there. So this map's done. Let's go to section 2. Hey, Jaybird Plays, how's it going? All right, so I know this area, it's just like one big dead zone. Nobody lives near here because of the creature in that block. Let's go ahead and just drop a general marker there. And we need stuff wherever there is. Here's the thing, like most of the time when I'm playing, I won't even see that. You gotta go in, do that. So it doesn't really interfere with what's going on the map. So I mean, if you really wanted to, you could put a descriptor in every single room, but you don't need to. The best thing, I mean, what I prefer to do is drop them every couple rooms apart, and then just click and see what the hell is going on in that area. So we're gonna place all these, and then we're gonna start looking at each individual room and placing the combat encounters down. This one's a big one. If they really do something dumb, that is, ooh, that's probably not a good place to have a combat. And to be honest, where's this other one? This room down here is a really bad place for them to have a combat. Let's put that there. I think that, you know what, we're going to drop one just so this thing doesn't have a hissy fit. Drop one right there. So last time we did that, it's like shifted like crazy. All right, so that takes care of, let's put one up here. Forgot there was this little offshoot room. That's kind of weird. And this room is, it's like one of the only lit rooms in here. There's that one, and I think there's a kitchen area that has like a fire in it in the one corner. This level really doesn't have any lighting, so I mean, this entire dungeon doesn't have lighting. But I really want to get the sound effects set up, so like when I click this to open a door, it opens. You know, they can hear that sound of the door opening. Let me see. I want to make sure that all the doors are locked on this too. Yeah, we don't have a playlist or anything set up. Weather effects are really nice. Let's go ahead and I'm going to show you what these things look like. So like if it was raining, you could set it so that while they're on this map, it looks like rain. The only issue that I've seen is it really is slow on the user end. So until they fix that, I really can't set that up. Now, maybe on a smaller map, it would work better, but on this map, I mean, here we are, it's 47 by 6400. It's not a huge map. We've kept it under the pixel limit for a lot of the computers that are playing in our game. And, you know, that's pretty important. The snow doesn't look bad either. The autumn leaves. I mean, these are just nice little effects that you can add. But, you know, if it messes with your overall performance, then it's really not worth having your game performance go down. The autumn leaves, they're interesting. There are a lot of cool things you can do with this. Let's turn that off. We don't want them getting into night and being confused. Why are there leaves everywhere? I was fucking with it, that's why. In the DM, I can do that. Alright, so I think there's somewhere here to set it so all doors are locked. I wish this grid size, we could take it down to 25 on the map. That would really make life a lot easier, but that's not a thing. I think it's actually in here. Core settings. I mean, some of these things you should probably turn off. All right, let's start placing. Hey Ski, how's it going? Yeah, I made this map in Dungeon Draft. This one was made only using the default assets. I didn't use any extra assets outside of what comes with Dungeon Draft. So I was experimenting to see if I could get a full level done with everything that's in there as far as description. The only thing we didn't have in the default assets, Meditat, thank you for the like. The only thing we didn't have in there for the default assets is supposed to be a chessboard, so I threw down like a little map and resized it. But overall, I'm not displeased with how this turned out. I mean, this room had a bed with just some furs thrown on it. This is like a kitchen area where they were making packs out of fungi, stuff like that. And these are all the bags of food and all that they would find in there. This I had to get a little bit creative because they don't really have a barrel stalk, which is, you know, one of the Underdark things. They don't have a barrel stalk thing, so I kind of made my own for the barrel stalk plants, and then all the other fungi were basically ferns, which are a fungus plant. So that's what I put down there. What else did we do? Now, there's going to be two treasure things, and there's something I found, which I'm going to add in here while we're... In fact, let's go ahead and do that right now. This is Foundry, and let's see, what is that? That is 21S, right? So I know in this room there are 2 treasure chests because we put them there. And there are a couple of different ways for you to add treasure. One of the things that I hate doing is once they find treasure is trying to drag and drop crap over to people. So what I found was this. There's a thing called NPC loot sheet. And I've created a chest, a pouch, and a backpack. So we're going to drag and drop and create 2 chests here. And we can't put it right there because, you know, it's going to be persnickety. But it doesn't matter because we're going to make both of these chests not visible. But let's go ahead and populate these. So, treasure. 1 iron chest contains 180 gold. So we need to open this chest. And this is where it's nice. The players themselves, once they're in there, I'm going to be able to split the gold 4 ways, have it all go directly to each of the players when I do it. And I can drag and drop onto their tokens now whatever they find. So this will make, usually I'm like, go find this inside of the compendium, add it to your sheet, blah, blah, blah. Now I can just drag and drop the crap onto them. Some of the mundane items that aren't on there I can create, so I can drag and drop them on there. I mean, it makes it a little more labor intensive for prep, but honestly, that's kind of the life of a DM. You got to prep for everything. So that's just what I'm doing. So this will be chest 1. Oops. Chest 1. That'll have 180 gold. 450 silver. Good luck for the group carrying all this shit. 600 copper. Now, what else do we have here? The other... That's all that's in that chest. So, and it looks like we dragged 1 chest over, but if you watch... Let's open this chest now. And then let's reopen this chest. So this one is already set. The other one, ear horn made of brass. Oh, wow. All right, so this is where we get to go in and create the stuff. And here's the thing. It's like, nobody's going to want that. Yes. Yes, they are. There's going to be a player that says, I have to have that dwarven ear horn made of brass. So we'll make it weigh 1. Just can't have it weightless. And it's worth a gold. Wow. So there's our ear horn made of brass. That's very, very exciting. Let's see, what else is in there? 1 gold-plated candlestick shaped like a pillar of fire. I know which party member is going to want that. So we're going to add this. They're going to hear that and go, oh, that sounds awesome. I want that. Gold-plated. Yes, I know it's hyphenated, and I'm not worried about that. Candlestick. Shaped like a pillar of fire. We're going to make that 2 pounds. And how much is that worth? 25 gold. And you know what? And here's the thing. They're going to have to fight it out. When it comes to split, you know, I've got one player that looks at stuff and they're like, oh, I think that's worth a lot, so I want that. And the players need to start realizing that's happening. Red one! Thank you for the like. They need to start realizing that that's happening and deduct gold from the other player. That's really what they need to do. so that they're not getting the gold plus the valuables. All right, what else is in there? 3 obsidian scarabs inscribed with the insignia of House of Rinder. They're gonna want that too. But that's why we've added this. Now we can drag and drop this crazy loot onto the people that want the crazy loot. So 3 obsidian. You know what? We're going to do it this way in case 3 of them want one. So obsidian scarab, right? And then down here, we're going to add the description. Inscribed with the insignia. Of Rinder. Did we misspell that? We did. So there are 3 of those. Wait. How much are they worth? 25 gold pieces each. So they're in there. A stoppered gourd containing a potion of animal friendship. Now this is where it's freaking awesome. So let's go to the compendium. We're going to find the spell animal friendship. And this thing actually, when you drag a spell over, creates a potion or a scroll. So let's see if this works. Animal friendship. See, it did it as a spell scroll. But let's see. How does it turn it into a potion? That's the one thing. How is it going, Red One? So I need to take a look at this because I have no idea. I know it'll turn it into scrolls automatically, but can we turn it into a potion? I bet we can. Watch. Watch this. Potion of animal friendship. So we're going to do it like that. We're going to name it a potion. It's going to say it's a scroll, but it's not. So now we can hand that to whomever. I think that's probably the best way to do it. But now it's there. So all we have to do is when we open this chest is drag and drop directly onto the player that wants this thing. So that's awesome. Now I know there is I'm not going to, I mean, I know it's piled around, drow short swords, hand crossbows, shields, skulls. Nobody's going to take that stuff. I'm going to assume. So we're not going to set up the treasure for that because they all have all their weapons. How much more can they carry? I mean, some of these players probably are getting close to their carry limit because they are getting greedy. And there's no place to sell this shit. So let's close that out. Now let's look. Chest 1 just had gold and copper in it, right? It holds. Chest 2, which we need to rename that chest 2, right? Has everything we just put in it. So there's our treasure all set. Now, here's the thing. We have the treasure chest sitting there. So we're going to do this. We put this in here for one reason, so that we can distribute the treasure to the players. And at this point, it's there. So there's our 2 sets of treasure set up in that room. So, I mean, like I said, this stuff can be a little bit time consuming, but I mean, you've got to prep everything, assuming that anything can happen. This room we're not going to repopulate because that'll be on the previous map. I know the direction they're coming from, so it should be fine. I mean, maybe we should populate it, but then maybe we shouldn't. We'll figure this out later. We'll figure this out on the day that we run this and they go the opposite way of where I thought they would go. But let's start populating this thing. So Krek. What we need to do. So this, and we've already populated all of these enemies in here, I think. No, in fact, I know we have. So let's go to our import. So it's an Oni, which is a giant. So we need to look at giants. We'll pull this in here. Here's the thing. He doesn't look like what he is. So he's disguised as an old hobgoblin named Kinrob. So what we need to do is this. We need to open his token. And let's make him look like a hobgoblin. And we know they're in here because we have hobgoblins all over the place. So, where is he? Hobgoblin. Update token. And now he looks like what he looks like. If they do something stupid, we'll change the token, make it a large, and kill them all. But, you know, we're all prepped. This is basically a shop, so if they buy anything here, we'll just drag and drop from the compendium. All right, Sad Huggy Bug, that's 21B, and I think that was up here, right? So there's a goblin child. We just need a random goblin. That's a humanoid. Let's add goblin. And we're good. Now, 21C is kind of hilarious. It's a registration center. So there's 6 goblin clerks and a hobgoblin manager. So let's throw some goblins on the desks. Goblin clerks. That's like the funniest thing ever. And then we need a hobgoblin. Oh, we'll just put them middle of the room so they can see no matter where they come in. So visitors are required to carry identification papers. So they're going to get brought here. They do have a hobgoblin escort. So that should be funny. 21D, 2 hobgoblins guard racks of mundane weaponry. We'll put them there. 21E, 5 hobgoblins rest here between patrols. In this map, we kind of had to, because we didn't have, and here's the thing, I mean, there were a ridiculous number of cots in here. I don't think we were able to put all of them in. I really enjoy Foundry. Right now, what I'm looking for is ambient noises as well as battle sounds to add to it so that, like, when each individual character does their individual attacks that they always do, it'll make those sounds. I want like the ambient noises for like where the river is and stuff like that going. Major issues, yes. All right, so let's talk about that. Originally, I was doing all the maps in Mad Mage, building them the way they are created inside of the Mad Mage. And the problem with that is, okay, so you've got these maps that are 10-foot squares, which inside of Foundry, if you want it to be able to be representative where they're able to work, you need to convert that down to 5-foot squares. Foundry has a 50 pixel limit, which I'd like to see drop to 25. But, you know, that's probably never going to happen. So I end up having to break my maps into chunks. Because I have two people with MacBook Pros from like 2013. And they're running into the 8192 pixel limit. So what they're getting is a black and white fuzzy map. They don't get the textures. So I've gone in last week after all, actually 2 weeks ago after all that, I started going in and redoing this one map into quadrants. So it's 4 maps. The issue that I have with an adventure like this is it's creating more work for me using Foundry. But it's possible that I'd have the same problems using... Well, some of those problems would be alleviated if I was using, what's the other one? Fantasy Grounds, because they have a 25 pixel limit. So I would actually be able to make the larger maps fit and work inside of the program. Yeah, they would be more pixelated when you zoom in, but I would be able to do one large map instead of making 4 maps. So doing 4 times the work to create the mapping stuff. So that's been the only real issue, is if you have somebody using an older machine with integrated graphics, I haven't looked to see what he was, if he was saying he was going to make any changes or anything like that. Like I said, it's not, Fantasy Grounds uses a, you can go down to 25 pixels, but it does become more pixelated on the map itself. So, but it's not worth going back to Fantasy Grounds because there are so many other issues with it. Other than that, now that I've got maps everybody can see, they are enjoying the experience. The combat is quick. And, you know, like I said, no matter what virtual tabletop you use, you're always going to run into, you're going to have preparation to do. So it doesn't add or delete any prep work on my part. And the fact that I refuse to use the black and white maps that are provided by D&D Beyond, you know, I create a little more work to make it so that when people walk in and I'd give them the description of this room saying everything's crashed and destroyed, they see crashed and destroyed crap on the floor. And oh my goodness, this room sucks. I'm going to have some people get fucked in here. But overall, everybody's enjoying it. The line of sight works perfectly, especially since I'm using Dungeon Draft to create the maps, and the walls automatically kick in to Foundry. So it does make life a lot easier. Castro, how's it going? But yeah, I mean, I do make sure that everybody, I've gone out of my way to make sure everybody can see. I mean, they like the fact that now I've set up, let me go to my other map, where I think we're over here. We'll come back to this, and let me go back to this other map. I think they're on section 2 then, right? No, they're on 4. So this is one of the things that I like with Foundry is I can set up the vision so that it's accurate. I mean, nothing here is lit. Everything's dark. So the players that have dark vision, they're going to see in dim vision out to the limit of their vision. And let's go ahead. I'm going to move this guy downstream. And if you use Foundry, then you're familiar with what's going on here. So this player, he's only going to be able to see out to the limit of his dark vision. It is a little bit dark, but that's because dim vision is exactly what it is. Now, they like the fact that the game is now representative of what their character can see. These two guys, it's a human and a halfling, they're paying the light tax. He's walking around with a drift globe, he's walking around with torches. When he runs out of torches, he's screwed unless one of these players casts light on him, every hour. And, I've got it set up so that his light goes out 20 feet, another 20 feet for the dim view. And they all like that each character can see to their limit. She's got even longer dark vision than this guy does. So every character sees everything differently. And when I started setting this up, they were like, man, that's really cool. So I think they're really enjoying the experience now, that unlike where you would go in before, they'd go into a room and bam, they'd see everything, which was not representative of what they would actually see. So let's do this. This room, and I don't think there is any way to do anything even remotely like that in Fantasy Grounds. So, that in itself is exceptional. I've been over there looking, and it really comes down to a deep dive trying to find sound effects inside of the things where they say, well, there's this repository or that one. And since I was starting this morning looking for it, and I've got games tonight, I decided not to deep dive. I needed to get stuff done for this evening. Probably this weekend I'll look. I know that there is a... Well, I'll have to look and see if there are any sound packs that people have put together, because I haven't looked at that. Somebody said, go look at this one. There's free stuff, and everything that looked like what I wanted, you had to pay for. So I'll have to dive deeper inside of that to see if I can find any of those libraries. So we've got 2 goblins and a goblin boss. Jesus Christ. All with intellect devourers. I've already got 2 players with intellect devourers inside their heads. I know, that's awful, isn't it? And then I need 2 more intellect devourers inside the rubble. My God. Let's close that. Did I not pull them in? That's an aberration. There it is. So I need that and that. Hide them because they're hiding in the garbage. So I feel like, I mean, I went through and I did the entire Skullport area. And I tell you what, I feel like because we have these two players with intellect of ours, they're going to visit with this dude. And, you know, the Mind Flayer, he is going to say, hey, you don't want to go there. And they're going to go, okay, we agree. So I feel like I might have pissed away some time making that map, but we'll see. Room centerpiece, all right, there are chairs. What about treasure? Thorough search of the room yields an unlocked iron coffer containing 100 gold that the ambassador used for bribes. So we're going to add a chest up here. And I really do like this NPC sheet that lets you create this because it's made my life a lot easier. So let's put that there. Actually, let's put it in the corner. And it's out of the way. All right, where's 21H? Goblin Den. Pile in the north are 12 goblins. I don't think I'm going to pile them. I don't think it'll even let me do what I really want to do, but all right. We're going to do this. So that's our pile of goblins. It'd be really nice if I didn't have to snap it to grid, but that's fine. 21I, visitors' quarters. There's nothing in there. 21J. Is there. Inside the room, there's a hobgoblin guard with a horn. You know, my hope ultimately is that nobody does anything stupid. But if you DM, you always know that you've got certain players that they're going to do dumb stuff because that's what they do. There are two hobgoblin captains in. And you know what we're going to do? Oh, we already did, right? These are hobgoblin captains. I think we fixed the tokens on these. Awesome. I thought I had made a token. This is the one that's kind of annoying because that's a goblin boss. I thought I had fixed something in here so it didn't look like that. Let's take a look. See, that's not a goblin boss. We need a goblin boss. I can't live without that. So let's see if we can find a good image for that. I really like this one. We're going to use this. I wonder if I can drag and drop it in here. I can't. That would make things too easy. Bear with me 1 second. Create a new folder. Where is it? This will definitely look better. And now to be permanently there. Why did it not do it? Oh, I didn't save it, did I? That was stupid. Choose file. Update token. Wonder why that's not taking. Let's see if it works this way. Goblin boss. No, it didn't work. I have no idea what's going on here. Let's try. That's not working at all. There it worked. That was weird. That's fine. There's our goblin boss. Get rid of that. Wish it didn't do that. There it is. Now let's make sure it drags and drops and creates what we want from now on. Perfect. Awesome. Is that the only one we added that looks like that? It is. All right, so okay, we have those. You know what we always do for these guys? This is how we make them look like they're captains. They're a little bit bigger. Alright, so that's K, L, M. That's this chick over here, way over here. Now, did we import her? We did. We need something for her. So let's see what her description is. So the door in the hovel is ajar. So the light will peek out. Let's see what it gives as a description. Monstrous horror. Looks like an old woman with 2 beholder eye stalks. Holy crap. Wonder if somebody took the time to draw this crazy woman. They did. But it's just a sketch. We're not going to use that. That's a shame. We're not going to take the time to draw one ourselves. So she's there. Let's take care of a few things on her. Dark vision out to 120 feet. And she's done. She doesn't have any treasure, does she? Spellbook. Oh. Do we want to go through the hassle of building out a spellbook? We shall see. Is there a way to build out a spellbook? My Wednesday game? No, I do not stream that live. I did a Horde of the Dragon Queen. We did the first book where they were level 1 through 7. And then they basically TPK'd, which worked out well because half the group had to stop playing right after that session. So we got to the last room in there. They died. And it was kind of funny. But it's been a while since I have live streamed a session. One of these days we may do that. I don't know. What do we want? We need an image for this. We're going to use this one. And I think I put it down here. Let's see if it'll let me do this. Nope, that's just a link. That isn't going to work. Just bear with me 1 second. We've got it. Use file. Get rid of that. Yeah, one of these days we might do that. I was so relieved when I stopped doing that. That was like a Tuesday game we played. Monday or Tuesday. At that point in time, I was running games on Monday, Wednesday, Sunday, and sometimes Friday. And man, tell you what, that can be a real beatdown. Let's experiment with this. So we should be able to drop this, right? And then populate it with these spells. So let's see what she has prepared. Cantrips, everybody will... You know what? Fuck it. We're going to start putting this shit in. Firebolt. So we'll put them in as scrolls just to get this done quicker. Oh, what did I do? I have no idea what I just did. All right. Detect magic. Mage armor and magic missile and shield. Mage armor. Magic missile. Shield. This is going quicker doing it this way. Misty Step and Suggestion. Counterspell, Fireball, and Fly. Greater Invisibility and Ice Storm. And Cone of Cold. And she also has those eye stalks, which would be awesome. Plus Animate Dead, Animate Objects, and Fabricate. And again, what? Fabricate's not in here? How is that a thing? I'll have to live without Fabricate. And I tell you, the reason we're doing this is these guys are spellbook collectors. It drives me kind of crazy. I mean, I'm hoping they don't do anything stupid, because this is a side quest that they can get from her if they actually sit down and talk. But I mean, we'll see. We'll name a spellbook. Rita Creepa. Put that there. And hide it. Yeah, the SRD is going to have everything except for some of the other stuff. And I thought, because I had done a D&D Beyond import, I thought I had brought in thought I had created 3 NPCs, so I brought in all of the spell classes. Hey, Tiny, how's it going? But apparently, I must not have done that. So, I'm going to have to do that again. Well, that's always good. Haven't seen you in here in a while. All right. Let me go in. You know what? Let's do this. Well, that's always good. I got to start working out. I don't have an excuse since I have the gym in the house. I just figured you were mad at me. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Oh yeah, I did, okay. Good old Scam Likely, we're not talking to them. good. You know, I figured you were mad, saw you unfollowed me on Twitter because I've gotten political, because I've gotten so pissed off this year. Alright, so I need to... Let me pull this over here. I'm going to go in my D&D Beyond account and pull that in. Alright, so what do I need? My source book. Yeah, let's go in the Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Let's pull this up. And I think I'm going to be able to... I'll import that real quick. So that's what, 21M is that room. Right? Yeah, 21M. So it says... Fabricate. It says it's imported. So why is that not in the compendium? There it is. Holy shit. All right, we found it. No, we got 2 fabricates in there. Let's get rid of one of them. There we go. I don't know. I don't... Unless it was world. Yeah, that's it. I was looking at the SRD, so some of them I guess I have to go down to world because I've imported all this stuff in. And I always forget that this compendium, I've got to look at all these different sections. And I'll just have to remind my players, if they get these things, that they don't have a bunch of scrolls. That's how they know what's in the spell book. All right, so that's 21M. Where is N, or does it even exist? So this is one of the things I really like about Foundry, is I can import stuff directly from D&D Beyond. I mean, it's kind of funny because I get a little bit annoyed when I go in and look at the Patreon, where I think the last major update, he was saying what he was doing, and you've got people sitting there wanting him to go in and do licensed stuff with D&D. And that just means that you end up with something exactly like Fantasy Grounds, where you have to buy the books again, which would really piss me off. It's one of the reasons I came over here. So there's Spellbook. Well, let's play with this, and I'm going to try that. Let's drag a spellbook here. Import the item into what? Into their inventory? And then I'm assuming start dragging the stuff into here. Let's take a look. Let's try that again. All right, I'm going to delete this. All right, so there's a spell book. Import. Okay. So now it's imported. Can we drop that here? Hey, Jester, how's it going? All right, so we have the spell book showing up as loot. I am doing well. I am just setting up my campaign for my party, since they're going to be going through this zone soon, and somebody's telling me an alternate way to set up a spell book for loot. So let's see. Let's get rid of this. All right, so let's try and drag some spells. We'll pull some random spells in to see if this works. It's not really an older game. It's tabletop RPG, and because of COVID, we're all playing our Wednesday game at home online. So I have to set up all the encounters, all the treasure, all the loot drops. Um, this is actually newer software that I'm using, and I'm just trying to figure out how to make this stuff work. Classes, items. That's kind of weird. Okay. Okay. So that would work. Yeah, I can say that I've still never played a battle royale game. Let's name this test. Over here, loot items. Where did we save that? Yeah, see, these are my 3 characters I created that would allow me to import all the spells. That's why all the spells are already in here. Where the hell did that get saved to now? Items, maybe? There it is. Okay, so we'd be able to go in and do this multiple times. Question is, can I drop this on the board? Or do I have to... I guess I'd have to go in and do this. Nah, no such thing. Sound like an idiot. A lot of people don't even play any tabletop games anymore. Kind of drives me crazy. Thank you, Ski. It gives me an alternate way to do it. I guess I'd have to drop that on there, create her as a, after combat, go in, change her sheet to a loot sheet, and then I'd be able to hand out whatever she has on her. I guess a combination of both things together would probably work well. You know, you say that, but I mean, I've been playing video games since video games came out. Um, I've been playing first-person shooters since they first started coming out. I mean, I've done all that, and I still enjoy sitting down at a table and playing games with a group of people. So, I mean, I don't think it's really a generational thing. I think it's just a matter of, and it's crazy because with things like YouTube and uh, some of the channels out there, we get a ton of people coming in wanting to learn to play D&D when we're actually able to do it in person. I mean, I run D&D at a local store, and we average 160 to 170 people a week coming in to play, plus my 20 DMs at the 20 tables that I have. And it's usually younger people coming in because they've seen some of these D&D shows on YouTube, and it that really brings a lot of people into the hobby, regardless of age. I mean, I've like my table I run right now, and I'm going to say kids, but I've got some kids that are in their 20s. I've got one guy that's my age. I mean, other than that, everybody's young at the table. And so, I mean, it's one of those things, it's a hobby that everybody's embraced. What do you mean? More bullying now than when I was a kid? I don't think I would agree with that. Yeah, it's Blinds. You know who that is. Yeah, I don't think I would agree with that. I mean, bullying was heavy when I was a kid, but the difference was you could beat the fuck out of your bully and not get put in jail. So we had a better way to resolve it than. Yeah, he does. I mean, my personal opinion, yeah, it's violence, but we had a better way to resolve it. If somebody was bullying you, you kicked their fucking ass, and it didn't happen again. Nowadays, you can't do that kind of stuff. I mean, back then, you'd kind of get the response, man up, whatever, that kind of stuff. And why is this thing not working right? Oh, let's get out of that. Now it'll work right. And back in my day, you didn't report it. If got back to the old man, he'd be like, just kick their fucking ass. And that's what you did. You either won the fight and they left you alone, or the fact that you fought back and gave them a bloody nose, even if you lost, they probably still left you alone because, bullies don't like getting bloody. I mean, honestly, most bullies are, excuse me what I'm going to say, most bullies are just fucking pussies. I mean, for stuff like this, I mean, do you live in the States? Right, two bugbears attending. Let's see if we can get an image for a Hobgoblin Warlord, too. Oh, yeah. We're going to use that. Okay, here's the thing. Do you have like game and comic book stores there? For stuff like this, if you want to play tabletop D&D, sit down and meet people and play. And if you go someplace like that, those people are not going to be the kind of people that are going to bully and act like assholes. Um, oh, I'm going into the wrong one. Hold on a second. Foundry monster icons. There we go. You know, right now you really can't do much because of COVID. So, what I would do is, when we finally have a vaccine that works, you can go out and do things. My personal recommendation would be go out, find a game. You go to, like, if you wanted to play D&D, all you have to do is go to the Wizards of the Coast website. You punch in where you live. They'll show you where the stores are that are playing. People play this all around the world. Then you go, you sit down and play. Here's the thing, the community that plays D&D, it is basically a very welcoming community. A lot of the people that play that, same type of thing. They were bullied, all that kind of crap. And excuse me for saying all that kind of crap. I say everything is all that kind of crap, so that's just my vernacular that I use. But, I would get out there, find a game, and play. And I'd enjoy myself. So, and I'll be honest with you, I've met a lot of the people that I game with all the time now in person. And I'll even have them to my house to play games through our weekly game that we run. And oh shit, I went through all that and I didn't update the token. There we go. But that's what I would do. I would go ahead and find a game at a store if you want to do something like that and play. It's like I said, everywhere I've ever gone, ever played. I mean, it's hard to find a community that's more welcoming than that. Because I mean, let's base it. Let's basically be honest. Um, did that work? No, it didn't work. We are a giant community of nerds. It's just the way it is. So I would definitely go out and play, have fun, meet some people. Get rid of this. And that's set. Hey, no problem. If you haven't done so, hit the follow button. We'll be on tomorrow, probably playing Dragon Age Inquisition. And eventually we'll be down to playing some Black Ops when it comes out in the fall. I haven't been real happy with Modern Warfare. Awesome. Sorry for not remembering. I just have a lot of subs. Goblin, let's see. 6 goblins. One of the bugbears has an intellect devourer. Where the 6th goblin's gonna go. I'll just go around the room. It's like a giant goblin hobgoblin party. Anything else we can put in here? Gnawing on humanoid bones in the southwest part of the room are 2 wargs. Jesus, we need some, that's going to be down here. So, there should be beasts. Well, they're not. Put them like that. Gnawing on some bones. Alright, that room is busy. Now, no treasure. We're going to create a little room for when the characters come in because they're going to have to make their introductions. I'll tell you what, I'm going to bring my test character in as well. It's a lot of stuff in there. I'm going to bring him out here and make sure he's not going to be able to see. Okay, good. That's what I said. Some of these rooms are busy as hell. It's like this one over here that we put the 12 goblins in. They're all supposed to be up in that corner. Really be nice if... I mean, I run Snap to Grid to keep everything under control, but this is one of those things where it'd be nice to just have them kind of straddled out everywhere. That is a busy damned room. That could work very poorly for the party, too, if they come up here and start shit. Alright, so that's room N. The Goblin Orphanage. We're not going to throw 20 goblin children into this room. We're going to put the 2 goblin bosses in and hope that our characters don't come in and murder a bunch of goblin children. Oh my god. And that's our little playroom. We added some busted toys and stuff in there. So I thought that was funny. Alright, 21p. Where's 21p? A busy room. Some of these rooms can be really busy, but you know, I've got... Here's the worst thing. The one character that can make rooms less busy because he's an evocation wizard is not playing for like 6 weeks. So he can't just drop some fireballs in a busy room and make it go away and sculpt out the players. So they have been getting murdered. Just totally freaking murdered. So the only thing in here is an arch gate. So P is fine. Q, this is funny. So there are 9 zombies in the middle of the room. They happen to be drow zombies too. But they don't differentiate zombies. 1. So that's a nice easy one. The quarters. It's just, that's the one that had the bed with the furs on it. There's nothing else in there. So there's a goblin guarding the door. And he actually needs 3 levels of exhaustion. So it sucks to be him. If everybody shows, I have 8 players, and the level is... In fact, I can... Look at him, he's got 1 hit point left. Level 7 monk. This is after last week. They got screwed so hard. This is a guy that hasn't made it. He's a level behind because he's never here. These guys are, look, they're getting ready to go into a bad section. They got so busted up last week. She never gets hit because it's all normal damage, and I don't worry about some rules. So she got bitten by a werewolf. She's embraced it. I'm fine with it. I don't care. She's still almost gone down, but you know, normal combat, she doesn't get murdered. These guys, man, they got wrecked last week. He got lucky and didn't get wrecked. And he's a guy that usually gets killed all the time. He's died like 4 times in this campaign. Alright, what's in room S? So we put our treasure in using that. I do like this new treasure thing. I like it a lot. And then here, painted wooden sign mounted above building. Let's see, there are 3 goblins in here. Well, let's put them in. Goblin chefs. It's motivating. I appreciate that. Yeah, right now we're just populating. We will get to the actual map making once we have finished populating this stuff. So let's see. Goblins keep their proceeds in a small wooden coffer. The coins are added to the war chest at the end of every day. The coffer contains 35 silver. You know what? Let's do this. We're going to put a little chest there. We're going to call it the pantry chest. And we'll say they've got the full 35 silver. But yeah, I feel really bad for the party. They really, really, really need to get a rest. I don't know if they're going to be able to. And here's what's screwed up. So let's pull up this map. So I need to fix something. Let's see, Sargoth level. I'm like so excited. We're close to having this thing finally fully populated, all the treasures laid out. And now we just need to move on to the next section and finish mapping that out. What are we in? Section 2. That's not the one I want to open though. So they should be in section 4. And I need to put a reminder here for myself. So let me do that. This section of the map is really screwed up. Where is it? So anywhere along this river, which they are able to navigate, right? That has this squiggly line. If they walk through the water, a random encounter pops. Now, let's look at the random encounters. And I need to put that squiggly line. I'm going to be kind and put it right here, because just to the north here, like right up in this on the other map, they went through there and they crossed that squiggly line up there twice. They had 2 random encounters. And these are the possible random encounters. They just suck. There are only 3 possibles. There are 4. Here, we're going to roll them. Let's see if we can get all of them to come up. 4 will-o-wisps. That's not horrible, right? There are worse things. Watch it roll all will-o-wisps. They got 4 minotaur skeletons. Now, right before that, they had gotten the 7 shadows. They're like, no, not 7 shadows again. So I re-rolled it. The 4 minotaur skeletons were the ones that came up and put 3 party members down. That's why we're looking at the 1-7, you know, these low hit points on people. They all went down and were floating downstream. And it ended up being the werewolf surviving because it's all non-magical attacks hitting her. And she was just like, haha, I laugh in your general direction. So she got really, really lucky. And that's what ended up saving them. You know, I'm tempted to have somebody come along that can do remove curse on her eventually. And just removing the curse. And then she's going to have to play like a normal character and die like everybody else. But for now, because they've just been getting murdered so heinously, we're not going to do that. Oh, I tell you, it's hilarious. So I think we're done with this section. The very last thing on that, no, we're not done with this section. We're done with 21. Let's go through the map, do 22, 23. Let's take a look and see what other things we need to add to these zones, and then we'll be done with this map. And we had this thing all set up. I don't know how long it was ago, but I had come in and populated the big map, but that thing ended up being like 10,000 by 16,000 pixels. So my 2 players could not view textures. And so that's when I came in and broke it into 4 maps, redid everything. I had totally forgotten about like anyone that has not good computers, they're going to have issues with that pixel limit. And you really, really have to make sure that you're cognizant of that stuff when you're setting things up. And I dropped the ball on that. Alright, so we got 3 goblin tending the fungi. And the old map that I had didn't have like all the stuff drawn in. Let's see. 23. So 23A has 5 hobgoblins. I feel like I just dragged hobgoblin captains in. Five hobgoblins in the middle of this 20-foot high cave. There we go. 23B has some shriekers. And we're going to mix those in. But we're going to have them kind of invisible. They're like 1, 2. Because they're going to have to roll perception to see if they see it among all the other stuff. So that's 23. Zoom out and see what else we need. 21 is populated fully. All right, we are fully populated and all treasure is in place. And that's the thing I didn't have in place before, was all the treasure. So I'd be like, let's see, where's the one treasure chest that we did? Let's look at these. Because that's the thing, they'll throw in treasure that no one, you would think nobody's going to care about. You would think. So like this is just gold. The other chest, look at this. You're not going to find this in the player's handbook. Dwarven ear horn made of brass. I don't think it's in the player's handbook. Let's see if I needed to do that. Let's see. Items. Let's type in ear. Nope. Look, not there. Nope. What else? Where's the SRD? There it is. Let's see if it's in there. Look, no dwarven ear horn. So all these things you had to create, and I'd usually tell all my players, you know, just type it in on your list. Now I'm just going to drag and drop the crap onto their individual characters, because you can basically take this and drag it onto, from here, onto their token, and now they own it. So that's what we're going to do. And like I said, the beauty of it is if there's any gold, silver, stuff like that, I'd click who's in the room at the time. Click split 5 ways if they're all here. If all 7 people showed up, then that would all be here too. But it does make life easier. So I'm very excited about that. Like I said, I'm not that unhappy with this map. It was done totally with default assets. We'll look at what we're going to do in the future. If I'm going to worry about all making it with all the massive asset packs that I have, or maybe just, I mean, there was a couple of things that I really wanted to have in here. I might draw these assets myself too, just so I have them in the future, even though it'll probably never happen that I need them again. But like in here, I needed a rack, and then you needed a circular rack, because this was like the Drow Kinky room, and needed like a shelf with whips and all these torture implements. So you really needed like hooks on the wall to hang all your toys on, and that doesn't exist. So I think I'm going to sit down and draw those out and create a pack filled with dungeon torture implements. You know, like a Iron Maiden, all that kind of stuff, and have that ready for the next time I need them. But there, we are. I can't believe it. We are freaking done populating. So it really comes down to, at this point, do we want to continue working on the map that we're working on? Or do we want to go in the dungeon draft and work on, you know, work on the maps, or maybe go back to playing some Dragon Age? Let's see if this loads. That's going to be the big if. Yeah, I'd set this up. And I think we're going to sit down and start drawing assets in here. But we'll do that on our pad. I don't know if I'm going to bother streaming when I do that, but we'll see. But we've drawn a lot of, we've drawn the entire map out for this portion. There's our map and what we've populated so far. I think we just screwed something up. We'll have to fix that. Like here, we've got some low light set because of the glowing fungi. And that'll all work within Foundry, which is nice. This is all a bunch of different fungus that we set in there. And we really didn't have stuff to match what it said is in each room. We just kind of made the stuff up. And I think in the end it'll look not horrible. It's like a crystal room with some creatures in here eating crystals. Let's take a look and see how bad we just screwed something up. Yeah, we moved it just a little bit, it looks like. Gotta watch out because that scroll wheel doesn't always do exactly what you think it's going to do. Let's get the hell out of that so we don't screw it up again. Alright, so I'm not sure where I left off. We were working here. This is basically like a little elevated position. And I think I'm going to pull this into my tablet to make life a little easier. There we go. All right, so let's see. Yep, I even left it where we left off. So 11C, there's an arch gate to level 2. Where the hell is it? Set in the back wall, carved with images of falling coins. We just need something that looks like an arch or a gate. So 6 pallets lie spread around the room. And the pallets are actually beds, so we're going to put and let's do this. There we go. So this is what I was talking about here. You've got this area that is an elevated position. We're going to go in here. Let's take snap off. We're going to just put 6 sleeping mats down. One, 2. Where does it say the arch gate is? In the back wall. I think we're going to put it up here. No. We're going to say this is the back wall. Now our go-to for the arch gates is usually, and I don't think I have that in here. And I'm not going to import that in here either. think what I usually go with is, what the hell is it? It's not a cave asset. Oh, it's a grave asset. That's what I need. So what we normally do is make that gravestone a wee bit bigger. Turn the shadow off. Make it just a little bigger yet. And there's our arch gate. And there are a lot of ways to turn these different items into what you want. Tell you what, I think I like that one a little more. So let's undo that one. Let's put this here. Right there. Sometimes, that's why I think you can really get away with doing a lot with the basic assets. If you get creative, you can make stuff look nice. All right, so let's go to 12, the Bat Cave. And we're not talking about the Batman Bat Cave. So we got 12A, 12B. 12A, sloped roof, drow, bats, stumps. Floor is dotted with stumps, felled zirkwood stalks, and the occasional bat carcass impaled by a drow crossbow bolt. I don't know if we have some bat carcasses, but I know we can make something that looks like stumps. Now this is where we go in, and a lot of times I'll use these columns for little stuff like this. That's right, they call them pillars, I call them columns. There's our pillar. Let's do that. In fact, let's see if this works. I'm going to say, because some of the times, some of these assets decide to crash what I'm working on. All right. So let's cross our fingers that this doesn't cause a crash. Let's go with that. See, look, if it comes out like that, it's not going to work. So what we're going to have to do is just randomly place different size stumps in here. All right, now let's see if we have some bat carcasses. I doubt it. Would it be under beasts or animals? Corpses are all going to be people. We know we can't use the rugs. All right, we'll skip the dead bats. We've got that in there. All right, so 12B. There's a crevasse there. So this is how we'll create the crevasse. We need a path. We're going to experiment with path size, so we'll probably end up creating and erasing a couple of times. We want this to be under. Destiny, how's it going? Thank you for the like. Hope you're having an awesome day. And we're not going to transition at all on this one. So let's see. It's a little small. All right, let's undo that. I think what we're going to do is kind of make it a little bit jagged here. We didn't start in the right spot. Little stuff like that's going to bother me. This little overlap here is going to bother me too, but I think that's, you know what? Stop. No, this is what we need to do. Redo, redo, because we lost a tree asset there. And then this. I need to delete. So I think how we're going to do this. We're going to mess with this path a little bit. So let's see how wide this is going to start out. We're going to try and kind of draw this in. So it's got multiple layers. And that looks better. Let's get one more layer. Nobody's going to see that stuff on the outside, so I'm not worried about it. And then here, we're going to need to do this. And honestly, all we need is any patch that we can turn black. Or close to black, we should say. And let's do this. So we're going to this in here. And there we go. Let's take a look and see how that looks. Now, except for going outside the lines, I think we're good. Like I said, nobody's going to see outside those lines. I know it's there, but kind of the nature of these path tools. Now we need a log going across. So let's take a look. I don't think we have a log. See, the wilderness pack is not very good. Let's look at wood. Wood! Oh, look. It's water and wood. Or wood and water, I should say. Oh, look at that. That's almost perfect. It's a little bit bigger. Perfect. That works. Yeah, we're good with that. All right. So that's the Zirkwood Bridge. Let's find Area 13 now. Zirkwood Grove. Forest of Zirkwood erupts from this guano and moss-covered floor. So there's a felled Zirkwood in here. I'm going to put that there. And we need some, oh, we could have used these for stumps. Should have done that. So let's look at plant. What do we want to put to represent those Zirkwoods? What are these? There's our bushes. Trees. I don't think we really have something that represents Zirkwood, do we? That's a shame. That's just like a giant fungi. We're going to have to do this. Let's see if we can do this. It's not ideal. You know what? Got what you got. We'll have to live with that, I think. All right. Do we even have section 14 here? So we need to go to section 20. We need to start adding a whole bunch of rock and rubble around here. That's water. Ooh. Let's get that in. Let's get the water done. Water brush. We're going to go dark for the deep water. And I'm curious if we made a note of this. One, 4, 4, 7, 6, 5. Try to keep things consistent, level to level. All right, we're going to start painting the water. We're going to get as close as possible to the edges, but we're not going to flow through. I used to try to go around the edges and cut across and do sections. Now, I don't do that. Kind of color in as much of the center as I can, get semi-close to the edges. And then we'll go along the edge and paint that in. Takes a second too. It likes to be ornery. I feel like if we do smaller sections when we're doing the painting, renders quicker. But once it starts overlapping like another section and it starts really becoming a big section that has to redraw itself, small painting theory doesn't work as well. Alright, now let's zoom in. Start taking care of the edges. This is where we will try to be a little more accurate. Tell you what, right now, I was watching the NHL playoffs. Both teams that I follow got knocked out. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm fucking done. We started watching, I sit down and watch shows with the wife at night. We powered through a couple of different shows lately. I'd never watched Arrested Development. We watched really the first 3 seasons where, what was that? Was that on Fox? I forget what network it was on originally. I'm watching it all on Netflix. And then it got picked up by Netflix. We got about halfway through season 4. And season 4 just was not as funny as the other seasons were. Everything seemed like it was a replay of previous things that happened, or flashbacks, or all this kind of stuff. And the wife's like, I'm not enjoying this. So I'm like, okay, let's watch something else. We ended up watching Teenage Bounty Hunters, and that was actually a lot of fun. And now we're going through, I had watched season 1 of it, but the wife hadn't, when it was originally a YouTube series. Apparently Netflix has picked it up and they're gonna do season 3, but we started watching Cobra Kai. And tell you what, that show was really good. Yeah, we watched through the Lucifer series. I mean, we've seen all of it, but we were watching the newest season. But that, kind of disappointing because they weren't able to finish filming, so you only get 8 of the 16 episodes for this season. You get through season 8 and you have that big cutoff on there. You're like, fuck. Because there's kind of a big reveal. If you haven't watched it, I'm not going to say it, but it's just like, I can't believe that. I gotta wait till next year. Fuck you, COVID. I mean, there are worse reasons to say fuck you, COVID, but damn. I mean, I generally don't sit down and watch a lot of TV. But with a wife being home all the time, when she wants to sit down at night now and watch something, where I might normally decide to do some gaming or whatever at night, because she would get home late a lot of times from work because of the nature of her work. Don't get to do any of that, which is fine. Not a bad thing. I mean, we've really been crushing through a lot of shows. I mean, we slammed through Teenage Bounty Hunters in 2 days. It'd start getting late, and I'd be like, all right, you ready to go to bed? And she's like, let's watch one more. Watch one more. I am looking forward to Amazon. This is it Friday? It's on the 5th when the next season of The Boys comes out. The show was really good. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and definitely start watching that when it comes out this weekend. I mean, I could technically do this a little bit quicker. We could do it this way. But there's always going to be some kind of leakage under those rocks. At least that's been my experience. That bothers me. Let's see if we can do this without any leakage. I mean, let's take it down to the smallest brush. See? Yellow just went under the rocks. Look at that shit. It's going to show through there. I think we're going to do it this way because it does do it quicker. And, I mean, these maps I'm doing basically for my benefit, but I am putting them up and giving them away for free. If somebody's going to complain about water leaking through the rocks on free maps, well, afraid I don't care about that opinion. We ended up doing this whole thing. I kind of changed how I'm doing some of these maps. Instead of drawing the walls, I'm using another drawing tool built in, a cave drawing tool for this stuff. The fuck just happened? Why did that try to join together? That was weird. That was exceptionally weird. I haven't been watching over here. We can do that. Then try to do the big fill brush. See if it leaves any gaps. I don't think it is. We're gonna do it that way. We're gonna speed our map making a little bit. We will try not to panic because we see some overflow. I think the next set of maps we're going to work on, because this is going to get me, honestly, this is going to get me like 3-4 months ahead, probably, getting this done. I'll be able to take a week or so off from messing with Mad Mage maps, and maybe we can work on some random encounter maps to put up there. All right, let's zoom out. River all done? I can't believe it. Let's kill the trace and make sure we don't have any voids where we kind of missed around the rocks. That's a void right there. Not a void. All right, now we need to create something that's an indicator of flow. Go back to here. All right, we know the water's flowing in this direction. I'm going to try something. I haven't tried this before. And I don't know if it's going to work. So if it's flowing this way, that didn't do anything. We're going to undo that though. All right, so that's not going to work. This will though. So which one do we want to use? And I think we want to do this under. Yeah, there we go. And we want the transition to grow. Let's see what that does. We're going to do a random here. That actually looks not bad. God damn it. There we go. Come on. There we go. Come on. I hate it when those double clicks don't work. This is like an inlet. Is it flowing this way? Maybe. Let's take a look and see. We'll leave that there. All right, so the water's done. Doesn't look bad. Does give an indication of flow. That's all we were worried about. We did 12. We've done everything up there. Those rooms are done. That's done. So we need 20 and 21. Let's see what 20 and 21 look like. All right. Where is that? There it is. So 20. Slime every surface 30 foot high. Cave is coated in slime. 2 Kuatoa, 10 young Kuatoa reside here. Caltrops. So we just need to make this room look slimy. And then 21. They're troglodyte corpses. I don't have those. So let's make this room slimy. So let's see how this looks. I don't know about that. Slime green, A1. Let's try that one. A1 E203. That's not much different, is it? Let's go. Tell you what, let's go there. We're still in the green zone. Accept. And it looks nasty. Let's take a look at it. That's slimy. We'll leave it like that. All right, 21A. Let's have a look at that. Caves are coated in slime. So I believe we need to just slime everything up. From here on down. So let's do it. Honestly, this is more like kids' slime that they make to play with color. But we're going to leave it like this. Yeah, slimy rocks and stuff are definitely darker looking than this, but I'd rather give them a more vivid color to represent the slime. All right, 21A. I have, there's a statue in the middle of the 30-foot high chamber. We're going to save this. This could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. We'll see. I'm going to save. I always double save to make sure that this thing does not get screwed. I know we have a statues pack. Not sure, but it's going to have what I want. So I have to save again. And let's reopen it. If it crashes, we'll see. Didn't crash. Not reagents, statues, damn it. What does it say? Nugaloop is unwaveringly committed to reclaiming its holy shrine. All right. Let's see if there's anything that would pass for a demon wing statue. Seahorse statue. Not it. I think we're going to put this here. Close enough. And we need some dead bodies. And we're going to make these things look nasty. 21A, rotting corpses, mutilated monster carcasses piled around the room's perimeter exude a stench. They don't have to look awesome. Dog pill! We're just going to get some random corpses around here. let's bloody them up. See, this is going to crash it if I do it. And that kind of pisses me off. So watch. See, it will not. See, it just crashed. It won't allow me to use certain assets the way I need to use them. Let's see if it loads or if we're fucked. Oh, we're fucked. We're fucked again. Anytime it freezes. Alright, we got lucky. So we're going to have to use the blood as just a normal object tool. Turn snap off. There we go. Doesn't even matter that we're using some of the same corpses. You bloody the little bastards up. You can't tell. It's 21A. B. 4 poison. Kuto. Guard the room. They're troglodyte corpses. 5 dead troglodytes. So 1. I know these are more like lizard guys. And we're going to bloody them. Cover their beaky little face. Plenty of blood spatters. Nobody will know that it was a lizard man. Let's see. I think that's this map completed. Let's take a look without that on. All right, top half is done. Done. Save one more time. And let's export. Go to 50 pixels. Fits within parameters. Cannot stress enough, being under 8,192 pixels is imperative, unfortunately. Twisted Caverns. Twisted Caverns top. Save. I'll do a JPEG. And then we'll save our VTT file. Oh, stop it. I'm gonna have to give her a pill. Come on, there we go. Top half done. All right, so let's take a look at the map as our JPEG file. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. All right, we're done there. We have to do the bottom part of the map now. And let's see. Top is 109 by 91. Did I set the bottom? Bottom is 70. Oh, that's fucked up. So I did that. When I did it, I exported 70 pixels. It'll be fine. 109 by 67. So 109 wide, 67 high. And then we need to import our trace image. I'm not happy about the mess up there. Unfortunately, I can't show you this because I've got it just pulling off of the program. But that's fine. All right, let's scale that out. There's the center of the map. 16C, roughly center. All right, so it's a little big at that. A little small, so I think we need 3.66 and it'll be perfect. Or as close to perfect as we're going to get. There's not a lot of migration on the lines. It's a little bit going that way, but we'll be fine. Raised Wolfie. Thank you for the host. Really what we should have done was cut this map off kind of across here, but this room is what kind of messed with us, the 22 and 23. So we're going to go ahead and start cutting the entire cave in. We're going to use the cave brush. Cave floor is 413 F29. We want it consistent. Accept. Now let's start drawing our cave in. Generally what I like to do, I did all of that top section offline except for what we did today. And what I really like to do is go in anything that is like in the water where you have these rocks. Just go ahead and draw that stuff in. Get anything where there can be minor issues with overlaps out of the way. Like that, out a little overlap. We're gonna just draw that. All right. This one, we're gonna get every little rock in here. Probably go with a larger brush. In fact, we're going to do that. I do wish I had more control over brush size instead of just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you could really get a lot of control with what you're doing here. And we're not worried about making this perfect. When you're using this cave brush, because of how jagged it gets, it's never going to be perfect compared to what you're doing there, so can't worry about that. This is where I have to set aside my desire to make everything look exactly the way it was originally done and just get it done. And I think that's one of the things that really did make me take way too long to do some of these maps. Fuck. I got to go back to the other map. I don't have to, but there's something I didn't do. And I said I was going to do it. All right, so let's save this. We're going to go in the fix. It's a really minor thing. But it is going to bother me to no end. So let's fix that. This is really, really minor, but it's something that's going to bother me. You notice there are all these rocks inside the water that we didn't get. And that stuff needs to be fixed. Fortunately, our scatter tool should work here. It's weird because there are just some of these built-in assets that want to work, and there are some that it just says, you know what, screw you, we're not working. Now, since when does this not work? See that? It's not working. It's going to crash. There it is. So what the hell is going on there? I want to open up this new map. Because we haven't added a bunch of stuff in there yet. Let's take a look. Now this only has the base assets loaded. Let's do that. And look, the scatter tool is working here. So something with one of those other asset packs is fucking with my scatter tool. See here, it won't come in. So that does beg the question, what have we brought in that's messing with that? We're going to have to leave that map as is. And let's go back to this one. That's a pisser. Don't know what the hell is going on there. So that's 413 F29. All right, so let's get the caves totally drawn in. Then we'll take it from there. So we may need to go in and take a look in their Discord and see if there's anything funky going on with that scatter tool. Like I said, I think the biggest issue, probably RAM. Because we do fall into some RAM issues when we load way too much as far as assets. That's why I'm leaning towards doing everything with just base assets. Moving forward for some of this stuff. I don't know if it's worth getting a new motherboard, RAM, chip, all that kind of stuff to be able to draw maps. I mean, it probably is because of other projects that I have on the burner. So basically, the way to level 5 is down the river, huh? I mean, if they really wanted to just go for a swim and skip everything on this level, they could do that, couldn't they? Smaller brush. Like I said, I'm not worried about doing an exact trace on some of this stuff. We're just going to get her done. Get rid of this. Got all the little islands that aren't islands. Nope. Alright, I think that's got the river islands done. Then we'll start painting that in. Give me about 2 minutes. I'm going to run and give the dog a pill, and we'll be right back. That's me. I'm sorry about that. I had gotten up to give a dog a pill a while ago, and I forgot to unmute the mic. That's an old man moment. How's it going, Devin? Probably a good thing I was muted for a while there. We were busy talking about something that kind of pisses me off. And probably a good thing I was muted. Trying to get all this done. Then we'll lay the water in. I don't think we'll get to the water today. But I do want to have the entire cave system cut and filled. And I've been really bad. I haven't paid attention to make sure whether or not the INCNT codes were coming up or anything like that. I kind of get tunnel vision when I'm working on these maps. The first part of the stream, we spent that populating inside of Foundry, which is our virtual tabletop of choice now. And we used to always use Fantasy Grounds. I've given up on that. And now we use Foundry, which honestly is a lot friendlier for my players. It doesn't require anybody to download a client like Fantasy Grounds does. Basically, I'm the only one that has to run the client, and they log in using a web interface, using a web browser, and things run really well. So I feel like anytime that your players don't have to download software, it's a plus. Plus the fact that, I mean, in the long run, Foundry is cheaper. It's a $50 one-time buy-in. You can survive without buying a bunch of stuff. If you're using something like Fantasy Grounds, you're basically buying the books twice, especially if you already buy stuff through D&D Beyond. Whereas you can import stuff from D&D Beyond directly into Foundry, and you don't have to buy the books a second time. I stopped buying paper books a while ago. So I just have my D&D Beyond subscription. I pull it into Foundry, and everything's good, man. Except for the maps that D&D provides for some of these things. That's why we're doing the maps. It makes pretty good maps for, you know, anything you're going to run. Here, I'll flip screens real quick. Like this is a map that was basically a combination of caves and, you know, other stuff that's sitting inside of my virtual tabletop. And this was made using Dungeon Draft. I don't worry about filling this stuff in because the walls, the line of sight carries over. The players can't see through that. But, you know, Dungeon Draft lets me build maps that, you know, work for anything. Also, let's see. This is Skull Island, another underground zone. But, you know, it all works inside of Foundry. And if you look, all these walls that I'm drawing automatically carry over into Foundry, so I don't have to redraw them for line of sight. The doors all come in, everything comes in really well. So yeah, I really do like this program. But this is where my party left off, and I'll be going through, and stuff like line of sight works really well, even down to, like, this is the only reason there's a bright zone around here is these two people pay the light tax. They've got to carry a light source. And this map was also drawn inside of Dungeon Draft. So like this, I think they've got a 60-foot radius of dark vision, which becomes dim vision in total darkness. She has 120. He's a human, so he's got a torch, so 2040. He's got a drift globe, so 2040 for him. And the half-elf has 60-foot dark vision. And each one of these works perfectly with it. And like I said, the walls, everything is there. They can't see through them, can't go through them. I mean, Foundry, for what you pay, is absolutely awesome. I really can't complain. And then Dungeon Draft is a $20 mapping program. I mean, you can't beat that with a stick. I mean, right now it's in beta, but I mean, it's the same person that made Wonder Draft, like it's a world mapping software. He did the same thing. It started off at $20 in beta, and once it went full release, $30 program. It's definitely worth the $20. I mean, in my opinion, it's definitely worth the 30 because it works beautifully with the virtual tabletop that I choose to use now. So you can't beat it with a stick. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I had a viewer in here, still in school, and they were talking and saying, yeah, they don't have friends, they don't go out and play, they're bullied in school. That shit just flippin' pisses me off. And saying like the counselor, they just act like it's not happening and all this kind of crap. I mean, he tried to tell me that we had it easier with bullies back when I was growing up. Now, I will put it this way. We had it easier with bullies when I was growing up because you could beat the shit out of a bully and make them stop without having to worry about getting expelled or going to jail for doing it. You know? That's the only reason we had it easier. You had just as many bullies. They didn't have the internet to do it on, but let's face it, if they did it back in my day, they still would have gotten their ass kicked, and it would have ended, as quickly as it started. But, it just have so much to contend with between cowards being able to sit on the internet and bully somebody, and then you're basically handcuffed where you can't do anything about it. And that's the thing with assholes who are bullies. You bloody their nose, they fucking stop. And that's why I always told my kids, you know, if somebody does that kind of shit to you, kick their asses. I'll support you. Hey, Carlos. That is not Dante. That is Cara Dune from The Mandalorian, otherwise known as Gina Carano. Come on, fill in. Let's zoom out. Go to our next space, and hopefully that'll fill in. There it is. Just a cardboard cutout. A 5'8" action figure, that would be crazy. I used to have Princess Leia back there. We retired her. Every once in a while, we decide to get a new one to put back there. All right, now we can go with the biggest brush and hopefully fill this in quickly. These big rooms, I don't mind them. They work pretty well. We finished doing some of that, and we're waiting for that to pop. But we're going to move. We're going to keep moving, and this stuff should fill in. We have a big zone here. Wait, what? Let's do it this way. Every time those walls pop, it fills in. What I used to do was use the, there's a building tool. And you can select your wall, select the floor, all that kind of stuff. And you start drawing out the rooms. Now, that building tool works really well until you start doing a really large area, because the floor shifts, the walls shift, everything shifts. And that's happening with the cave brush that we're doing, but for some reason this utilizes memory better than the building tool does. So, you know, you'll do that, and all of a sudden, you know, you go to get ready to start drawing out the next section, and it'll say not responding. Everything freezes up while all the walls shift. With this cave brush, it'll gray in where you worked last, and it doesn't freeze or lock up or crash. It just takes a moment. So like right here where we just did it, that'll fill in, then the next section will fill in. We just have to go back and make sure there aren't any little voids or strange rocks that were created when we did it, and fix those. See right now, the other one that we filled in already, that'll be next. I was saying earlier, I'm probably going to have to commit to new motherboard, new chip, and more RAM. I mean, it's been 3 years since I built this computer, so it's time probably to replace those and go with a newer chip and newer RAM. And I kind of want to add a couple more terabytes of hard drive space in there. I have enough room for drive bays to put a full RAID in. Alright, so those are interior walls. That's done. We need to go down the riverway. So yeah, we can see where she just popped over on the other side. A little flash lets us know the wall's filled in. When we're done doing this, we're going to come back in and check and see if there are any little places we need to repair with a brush. Like right there would be one. We'll try and catch those as we go. Let's take a look here. Like I said, I have not been looking at the stream at all. What just happened? I think I crashed. I'm curious when the last save was, because I didn't set this up to save every minute. That'll suck. Yeah, we didn't get that done up there. Holy fuck. It's a lot of shit that got erased. That is a lot of stuff that we need to go redo. Generally, I'm better about hitting that save button more often, especially after doing large areas. But we haven't had a crash today that affected a large piece of work that we've done until now. I mean, we had all of that stuff done. All right. That's like a catastrophic failure. All right, let's see if that fills, and then we're going to flip and save. Let's do this. All right, we're going to fill in this entire 16 area, do a save. All right. This is out. Oh, actually inside that, that's like a little island sitting in here, so I don't need a wall there. Just need a little bit of overlap. That looks good. Click save. Save. We're going to try not to get too far ahead like we did on the last run. I think that got us our crash. All right. Can't believe we have to go through and redo this. And we were so close to done on the outline. They need to fix one thing on this so that, like the autosave, I always set it so it saves every 2 minutes. That way you don't lose a ton of work and everything's good to go. But they need to allow you to set your preferences so they're global and remain throughout. Instead of every time you start a new map, that that preference goes back to 10, which in 10 minutes you can lose a lot of work. I feel like we've gone back even farther than 10 minutes because we had gone through and done all of these little outlines. All right, we're going to stream for another 5, and then we're probably going to call it for the day. Sounds like somebody's out there talking to the wife about like vegetarian diet. She's on her own if she does that. Not like leaving her or anything, just I'm not stopping eating barbecue, meat, and all the stuff that I enjoy cooking because somebody else wants to eat something different. So I don't love anybody enough to change my diet for them. Let's put it that way. All right, we're going to stop here. A little frustrated after the loss of work. We had this entire zone down here done, everything down around here. So we lost all that. We shouldn't lose anything at this point. But we need to get the entire thing outlined again. I am really annoyed. But we'll get there. I'm going to work on the rest of this map on my own time. I'll put it up on Twitter and everything else. Plus it'll go on the Patreon when this section's done. I'll put both things for level 4 on the Patreon, and that'll be it. Anyway, that's it for today. Everybody have an awesome evening, and we'll catch you tomorrow. We will be playing Dragon Age tomorrow, so see you next time.